Vâng ạ. Xin chào mừng các quý vị khách, khán giả.
Welcome all guests and speakers. We're going to start our webinar today on behalf of the organizers, VCCI Office for Sustainable Business Development, VIAC, with the support from USAID. It's my great pleasure to welcome all participants in this webinar, Dispute Avoidance and Resolution Methods for Energy and Infrastructure PPP under new PPP legislation in Vietnam. This is a bilingual workshop, and you can activate the translation function at the bottom of Zoom for interpretation. We're going to send you all the materials to the chat box so that you can follow all the slides. And without any waiting time, I'd like to invite Dr. Định, Chairman of VIAC, member of the National Assembly Economic Commission, to deliver his speech. And joining us in today's workshop, besides Mr. L廖UNG, we have Mr. Lai, Chairman of the VCCI Commission on Business Sustainable Development, Deputy Secretary of PPP Commission, and we also welcome Mr. Jerry Leon, USAID Vietnam Economic Growth and Governance Office Director. And now, Mr. L廖, please deliver your opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Phạm Thái Lai, Secretary General of PPP Committee Vietnam, representatives from USAID and MPI, the development of modern transport infrastructure to promote inter-regional economic growth, the energy sector development to ensure business needs and sustainable environmental protection is two of important strategic tasks in Vietnam's social economic development, and there has been a huge need for investment. If we only rely on public procurement, this is mission impossible. Meanwhile, the resources from the society is limitless, and PPP is an excellent solution for infrastructure, energy, and transport development. PPP will not only elevate the private sector's financial strength, also their strengths in technology and governance for national development. And this is a solution to improve national competitiveness and the performance of investment if we have transparent governance. In Vietnam, the PPP model has been in place for more than 20 years. With the first legal framework, listed in government decree in BOT contract, and then is gradually developed to Decree 15, 2015, and Decree 63, 2018 on PPP, and most recently, the National Assembly approved PPP law. This is a new step forward in the Vietnamese legal framework. PPP law has new aspects to attract more resources from the private sector, especially FDI and domestic investors, towards people first, PPP, and sustainable development goals as a mandate suggested by the United Nations. We understand that in Vietnam, over the past time, many provinces, in particular Quảng Ninh, has run very successful and highly efficient PPP projects. And the scope for application of PPP is vast, not only in transport infrastructure, but also in energy, education, healthcare, and possibly it's likely to have that PPP in other areas. In Quảng Ninh, they have PPP in public office building and services provided to state authorities. And it means in any area of the life and society, we can have efficient PPP projects. And the implementation of PPP projects usually have big value and long time to perform and operate. And that's why how to ensure safety and sustainability in those projects are very important to protect the interests of the public sector, state agencies, and the private sector, investors. Besides, rights and interests from both parties. We need to have prudent review of risks and possible difficulties in the signing and performance of PPP contracts with early management of possible risks because of long performance time and changes in business environments. There could be unforeseeable risks. And how to have harmonious settlement of issues with regard to interest from both sides do matter. And it's normally administrative and trade disputes. And in FDI elements in major projects, the disputes could be escalating to investment dispute. UNTAC statistics show 8 investors versus state dispute ISDS that Vietnam is a defendant, and those disputes and cases could be on the rise. Vietnam International Arbitration Center VIAC has been a trailblazer, and we want to promote avoidance of dispute and ADRs with the involvement of arbitration, mediation, and dispute resolution committee. And we have done some communications and training and advisory for parties' capacity building in dispute avoidance and resolution. And we are focusing on transport, energy, infrastructure cases. Today, VIAC with the cooperation from VCCI and PPP committee with technical support from USAID, we'd like to hold a webinar on avoidance and settlement of disputes in PPP projects in energy and infrastructure. In regard to Vietnamese PPP law, this is a webinar to prevent COVID-19 pandemic as the state regulations. We will discuss major and important issues. In this workshop, we have well experienced pool of experts who have a lot of thoughts about PPP models from MPI, drafting member of the PPP law, and experts from USAID with valuable lessons and experience from many countries in the world, and lawyers who have a lot of experience in dispute avoidance and resolution ideas in Vietnam. We have been counseling both investors and the state to realize PPP relations in major projects, and they are telling us their stories of the insiders in this important area in development issues, social, economy. Besides theoretical legal aspect, we have to look at practical aspects as well to have the nature of the principle of the issue. I personally believe that if we have good approach in dispute avoidance and settlement, then when we settle cases or PPP project management would be efficient to ensure successful implementation of key PPP projects. And most importantly, it will create trust for investors. And trust would be an anchor to leverage PPP vessels in the time to come, with more participation of the private sector in infrastructure development and Vietnam's energy industry. We keep recommending that the state should not do things alone. It would be deemed to fail. They should join hands with the people, and when people join hands with the states, then it would be a great chance of success. And this is the spirit of PPP. On behalf of Vietnam International Arbitration Center, I would like to extend my thanks to VCCI, PPP Committee, of the National Committee on Comparative Needs and Sustainable Development, our long-term partner, and thank you MPI for many years supporting us in this area. Thank you USAID, who has been a partner organization with very important contribution to promote reform in Vietnam recently and promote the private sector development in Vietnam. We always treasure the good and solid cooperation, both culture and economic, between the US and Vietnam, and the cooperation between VIAC and USAID is an example of these fine relations. And I'm having an appointment with the Director General of USAID for a meeting on a broad cooperation program to promote business environment in Vietnam, improvement in legal framework, and capacity building in dispute resolution, in particular IDR. And
thể cùng nắm tay nhau trong sự nghiệp phát triển của
improving the capacity for investors and state agencies so that they can join hands for Vietnam's development. I have high expectation that USAID would support VIAC in promoting PPP models in Vietnam. As I said earlier, this model has an endless potential, requiring sustainability and solid foundation of the legal system with harmonious combination of interests for both sides, where we can share both risks and benefits. And this is what the Prime Minister Phạm Minh Chính keeps repeating and emphasizing on when seeking for solution to have resources for Vietnam's social economic development. I'd like to thank all speakers from MPI, legal experts and leading experts in legal and economic matters. Despite of your busy schedule, thank you for your time and sharing your knowledge and your thoughts in this webinar. And thank you, the media, for joining and carrying news stories about the event. And I hope that this webinar will take place in a PPP spirit. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Vũ Tiến Lộc. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Gregory Leong, USAID Vietnam Economic Growth and Governance Office Director. Please deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Vũ Tiến Lộc, Chairman of the Vietnam International Arbitration Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of USAID, we are honored to join with key partners in this important discussion on dispute resolution for public-private partnerships. I would like to thank VCCI and the Vietnam International Arbitration Center for hosting this event as part of a continuation of USAID support to the PPP ecosystem. USAID is happy to partner with VCCI and related stakeholders to support the mobilization of resources and expertise from the private sector to clear a path for greater infrastructure to power socio-economic development in Vietnam. PPPs are long-term undertakings, which involve significant financial commitments and risk. Avoiding and resolving disputes are critical to attracting investment in PPPs. Lack of confidence in the ability to avoid and resolve disputes effectively threatens the enthusiasm with which many investors approach PPP origination in Vietnam. Dispute resolution, dispute and avoidance is the combination of predictable and transparent laws and regulations, competence, and independence of judges, arbitrators, and mediators. Vietnam will need to make progress in all three areas to effectively attract capital to finance PPPs. Vietnam's adoption of its first PPP law in 2021 is a good initial first step in the right direction. The PPP law has important implications for dispute resolution, and I'm happy to see this gathering will bring together many stakeholders to discuss the dispute resolution environment for power and infrastructure PPPs as they relate to the new law. I hope the presentation is informative and discussion productive. Thank you very much.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn ông Leong rất nhiều ạ. Xin trân trọng
Thank
kính
you,
mời.
Leong. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Phạm Thái Lai from the National Committee on Competitiveness and Sustainable Development. Dr. Vũ Tiến Lộc, Mr. Gregory Leong, Ms. Vũ Quỳnh Lê, Deputy Director of Procurement, PMPI, on behalf of VCCI. Thank you, VIAC, USAID, for cooperating with us in the organization of the webinar today. As Dr. Locke has said, PPP has been a cooperation mechanism between the state and private sectors with a timed contract. And state and private sectors are partners to a contract with harmonious sharing of benefits and risks to maximize the performance of PPP projects, including infrastructure, energy, or public service. ADB statistics show that every year Vietnam spends 5.7% of GDP on infrastructure. If you compare to Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, this is a high rate when the other countries spend 1 or less than 3% of GDP on infrastructure. It shows that we still have room for the private sector to join infrastructure development, especially in Vietnam. Statistics show that investment in infrastructure, 90% still come from the state sector and the remaining from the private sector, which means the government always give incentives to private participation in infrastructure and PPP. In 2020, the National Assembly first time endorsed PPP law to create a legal framework and strong facilitation of the private sector participation in PPP investment. From VCCI recently, we have joint activities to promote PPP, especially Chairman of VCCI becomes the head of PPP committee, and we have received comments from the private sector to create a legal framework with the management from the state sector and attractive enough to lure private sector in PPP projects. We have made cooperation with international and domestic organizations, including Association of Road Investor Association, and we have comprehensive cooperation with USAID. We have a comprehensive program to promote PPP in Vietnam. In the policy, consultation, capacity building, communications, awareness raising, and international experience spin-off to the business community in Vietnam. And this event is part of our cooperation project based in VCCI and USAID. We appreciate speakers and expert selection of this good topic in dispute resolution and avoidance. As Dr. Locke said, PPP is a long-term cooperation, and in the course of it, if one party does not respect contract, then will have a huge impact financially and the project performance. We are going to have representatives from ASA and the drafting member of PPP law, international and domestic experts, and arbitrators presentation as well. We have a lot of experience in settling disputes in PPP in particular, and I hope that the information you gain today would be useful to everyone. And once again, on behalf of VCCI, thank you very much, and appreciate cooperation from VIAC in the organization of this event. Thank you, USAID, for working with us in PPP project support in Vietnam. I'd like to wish you good health and have a successful webinar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lai. I would like to move to the key content of this webinar facilitated by Mr. Ձịnh, Permanent Vice Chairman and Secretary General of VIAC, and he's going to introduce to you our speakers. Thank you, Ms. Hằng. The PPP law was enacted by the National Assembly on 18th of June 2020, and this is a common legal framework, more stable and long-term legal framework for PPP projects in Vietnam, and fine-tuning investment attraction framework in PPP and facilitate investors' participation, reiterating the government's commitment to incentivize the private sector and infrastructure development for investment restructuring, in particular public procurement. This is a new area and is highly sophisticated. PPP projects are usually more risky, and how to explore risk and dispute resolution is very much needed. That's why VIAC organized this webinar today. We are going to have two sessions and 4 speakers. First, I would like to introduce to you our key speakers. First, Ms. Vũ Quỳnh Lê, Deputy Director General of Department of Public Procurement, Ministry of Planning and Investment. Our second speaker is an PPP expert, Mr. Định. Our third speaker, Dr. Counsel LINH Vinh, Director at VietThinh Law Firm and VIAC's listed arbitrator. Our last speaker, Nguyễn Mạnh Dũng, Managing Partner of Dũng and Associates. In the first session, we are going to talk about an overview on energy and infrastructure PPP in Vietnam under new PPP legislation and international experience in dispute avoidance in PPP transactions. Second, we will have dispute avoidance and resolution methods for energy and infrastructure PPP in Vietnam. To start our program, I would like to invite Ms. Vũ Quỳnh Lê to have a presentation on popular energy and infrastructure PPP models in Vietnam and must-know changes in new legislation of PPP. Ms. Lê, Deputy Director General of Department of Public Procurement, Ministry of Planning and Investment in charge of PPP. She has a lot of contribution to the drafting of policies and regulations in PPP in Vietnam, a member of the drafting committee and editing team of PPP law and guiding documents. She has a wealth of experience to share with us today. I would like to invite Ms. Lê to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Vũ Anh Dương, Mr. Vũ Tiến Lộc. Chairman of VIAC, Mr. Gary Leon, in charge of USAID PPP program, Mr. Phạm Thái Lai, Director of PPP Center in VCCI. From the beginning, I have listened to your keynote speech and I'm impressed with the thoughts from Dr. Vũ Tiến Lộc. When we talk about PPP, it's both public and private sectors and the people will be the ultimate beneficiary. And we have to think about them in any project. But PPP is not free money, but it suffers from the market principles. And when we are here to discuss about possible risks, and we follow the market principle, it's really a good, proper issue when the government issued Directive 30 on 23rd of November to accelerate PPP regulations and PPP models in particular. Let's move to my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, due to time limit, I just want to review on new issues and an overall briefing on the legal framework, trying to have a resonance cooperation page in both the public and private sectors, an overview on PPP framework, some new points in PPP legislation. We understand that many of you have participated and contributed to the formation of new PPP legislation, but still we would like to focus on new things of the legislation. And finally, some PPP models in contracts, in particular in transport and energy, contract models where we have experience, and based on that experience, we can move forward in the legal framework. As Dr. Vũ Tiến Lộc has indicated, we have BOT regulations and BT regulations since 1997. Since then, we have developed it into the PPP law, and Decree 35, guidance on PPP, and Decree 28 on project financial management, and Decree 69 on BT payment. We have a view to close BT projects, but they are pending BT projects and is still in tandem with Decree 69. And I want to emphasize that we have law and decrees and projects and candidate projects. Those are potential areas for PPP, and still we need guidance and templates. In other markets, we have standard documents and templates so that we could rely on throughout our investment process. On November 16, MPI issued Circular 09 on standard templates in meeting, and in Decree 35, we have Appendix 1 to 6 towards templates recognition in various sectors: transport, construction, trade, industrial, energy, healthcare, hospital projects, and community healthcare centers, education. For projects in major universities, for example, if we have templates, then our transactions will be faster and more standardized. With the Prime Minister's direction in Directive 30, we have high expectation that in the time to come, MPI and other management agencies, together with private sector, VCCI, VIAC, and experts, councils here, and in their respective industry, we will have more templates, in particular contract template in specialized industry with a forecast of possible risks which are avoidable, and it fits with our local investment climate and the world trends, and respecting the market principles as well. This is our expectation from now until the second half of next year. And I hope that when I talk to VIAC, VCCI experts and councils, this is what we're going to do. On the PPP legislation, as Dr. Lộc has said, PPP is likely to be available in various projects. But why in Article 4 PPP law has 5 key areas: transport, grid, and power plant? This is quite open in comparison to electricity law, irrigation, safe water, waste, healthcare, telecom infrastructure. Why the government and National Assembly focused on those 5 areas first? And we may not have delegates like housing or public building, because at that time the National Assembly agreed with government to select these 5 areas because it was our first time having the PPP law. Even we have a lot of experience, but we have learned a lot from our lessons in the past, what were not doing well and not proper. And it was our first time that we have our PPP law, and given limited public resources and private sector capacity, they're not totally familiar with this model. And let's spend those limited resources on 5 areas which will be impactful on social development. It will be influential to social development. And the other day, in the National Academic and Culture Committee asked us on whether sport complex or kindergarten projects could be added to PPP project list, and our answer is probably. Let's see when we have more experience and we have strengthening consensus between public and private sectors, then we will revise PPP law in the next 5 or 7 years, in the next revision of the law. Regarding the investment scale, as Dr. Locke has said, In our PPP model, the transaction cost is extremely high. And in Article 4 of the PPP law, we have a minimum threshold of 200 billion. In other areas, it's not as little as us, but it should be 50 million US dollars. And in our prediction, if the threshold is too high, then the likelihood of attracting investors who have 15% of 200 billion, then we could leverage resources from domestic investors. In Article 4, we have threshold of 200 billion and 100 billion for remote projects and soft infrastructure projects for social aspect. In Decree 35, we have more detailed regulation in transport. We have road, railway, waterways, maritime, aviation, in energy, we have renewable energy, thermal power, and so on. In social infrastructure, we have specific areas for PPP projects. And I just want to share with you that we need to comply with the Constitution. Anything that the private sector could do, then the state may not do it again. And the point is to join a contractual structure of long-term basis. More complicated aspects requiring both public and private sectors to make commitment to realize the commitment. Then the point is, where is the task by the state and take care of the society and ensure the common ground for society operation in PPP projects. But for the production of smartphones, for example, we do not think about PPP. This is the message we want to send to you. And we have to select the correct starting point to have a good PPP model. Next, how to make sure that states' participation in PPP has to be accountable. In our previous experience, the PPP law says the state capital could be contributed to PPP project in construction for gradual payment by stage, by year. For example, when we built a public office in Quảng Ninh, we have gradual payment on an annual basis based on the quality of the building is up to satisfaction. And the state capital participation in land clearance is very important. In our upcoming National Assembly extraordinary session, we will see how to separate land clearance, to speed up land clearance, and to promote infrastructure projects. And state capital in Article 69 of the PPP law, we have a threshold of state participation in project plus land clearance not surpassing 50%. And capital allocation, we have two mechanisms for state capital so that we can have one stream or separated sub-project implemented by the bid winners. And this is very important for the state to ensure accountability of every penny spent from state budget in a mixture of cooperation projects. This is the process for selection of investors, Chapter 3, Decree 35, and Circular 09 on 16 November with templates. We have a selection of shortlisting, selection of investors, invitation, and negotiation. And we have open bidding, comparative negotiation, which is new in comparative negotiation, is applicable to high-tech project, which means the state sector, public sector is not familiar with technical solutions available on the market, which means there's a lot of interaction between the public and private sectors going beyond the traditional bidding process, where we have less interaction, because there's one issue in conventional bidding model. If we have a lot of interaction, there could be risks of deviation of bidding results. In Circular 09, you can see that this interactive model has a structure and principle to comply with, and you can apply them in high-tech and new-tech projects. And we also have bidding appointment in particular, where we have pressing projects in national security and state security, and or pending project when the investor or project business have to stop participation, then we can have bidding appointment immediately. And in special cases, we'll have case-by-case decision when we cannot apply other formats of selection. And when we have open bidding, whether we have pre-qualification or not, we have needs assessment. That is the first step, where we have interaction between the state, the inviting party, and the market. And this could be explained clearly in Decree 35, Appendix 4, which have been implemented. And it's available on our national bidding e-portal, where we have reception of information from inviting and participating parties on our e-portal. Is an effort from MPI for transparent and competitive market with highly accountable environment. For risk sharing mechanism, I'm thankful to the business community, VCCI and VIAC, when MPI, as the drafting agency of the law, and this has been reflected in VCCI Chairman and Prime Minister Phạm Minh Chính words, that we have to bear risks together, and we can share benefits. In our contract, if we have committed revenue and actual revenue, for example, due to COVID pandemic, and high-speed road investors could prove that they have suffered from 25% loss of revenue, they gain only 74.9% of revenue, which means it's a 50% sharing in the loss. And if there's a benefit more than 125% in comparison to budget plan, then the investors could share 50% of the amount beyond the 125% of benefit. And it's a equality mechanism. And thank you, experts and councils, for giving us comments. And it was opportunity for us to learn from both successful and less successful experience at home and abroad, to have that sharing mechanism. And you can refer to Article 82, so skip that. And finally, PPP contract and contractual structure. Article 45 of the PPP law has two main families of contracts. First, we have obligations and responsibilities to investors when it comes to revenue, and the second family of contract where it's safer for investors when it comes to revenue. In those two categories, for example, in South Korea, the benefit in the first category it's 3 to 5% higher, and in the second category, because of less risk, then the profit is between 2 to 2.5%. That is the profit from equity. And as I said earlier, this is a risk-sharing mechanism to ensure that we satisfy market principle, and no more new BT projects. That is a new thing. And loyalty exploitation could be continue to be discussed in land law revision, and bidding law revision. We have a lot of opportunities to discuss those issues. Article 47 on the project contract issues based on our experience in earlier BOT energy transport projects, plus guidance on UNCITRA PPP law, and experience from other experts at home and abroad, and councils inputs. We worked with VIAC before, and Vietnam Bar Association and Vietnam Lawyers Association to have initial orientation in contracts. And I personally wish to have one bar higher to have specialized contract. For example, in transport, in road, contracts are different from airport and seaport when it comes to risk and commitment in those contracts. And in transport, it's different from healthcare, and it's different from energy. And wind farm is different from solar power and LNG contracts. If we have enough resources and if we can focus, then our template documents will facilitate the market very much when it comes to legal aspect and the readiness and availability and risk prevention. And when we stimulate the financial market to have more bankability projects and financial resources from the private sector, that will be successful. Some other areas in contract revision, Article 50, contract duration, Article 51, and some termination cases in Article 52. This is from our experience in Vietnam, whether we can buy back contract in case there is no settlement, and a need for contract buyback is also an added value to build up investors' trust. For example, when we do everything we can to save the contract, and the mistake, if it's from the state sector, then the state will be held responsible for project buyback. And if it's not the fault of the investors, then their spending has to be ensured to some degree. And if this is template, when we talk to Japanese partners, they want us to clarify formulas in contract templates. For example, in energy, I wish that from now until the second half of the third quarter of next year, we could clarify and discuss with the private sector and with the intellectual inputs from Vietnam. We can have different scenarios which may work in a legal, business, and cultural settings of Vietnam. Article 55 of the PPP law reflects the common trends and detailed guidance from UNCITRA. on the law applicable in PPP projects, because PPP model reflects relations between the public and private sectors. Through the nature of it, we respect the equality between the two sectors. And more importantly, in infrastructure project in any country, the applicable law has to come from that host country. Article 55, Vietnamese law should be applicable law. But if Vietnamese law is not coverage enough, not sufficient to address disputes, and then we could select in our contract law applicable. And this is what we are open to learn and listen to council's inputs, so that in specific industries, template contracts, we can have a proper maneuver in line with the Vietnamese law and be attractive enough to private sector financing, especially overseas funding. Dispute resolution, Article 97, we have VIAC and council arbitrators' input. It's a legacy and clarified version of the previous legal documents and decrees. We have had various pool of options, and the court is the last resort. In front of that, we could contribute various resolution models to have harmonious dispute resolution, to set up efforts in resolution. Two categories of contracts and contract structures. Just put it simply, this is a transport contract, and here is a multi-party power contract for input to output operation. That's why in PPP projects we have multi-party intertwining relations, and we should have templates so that when clients and sponsors having a trust in risk-sharing mechanism, and what we should do to address disputes. I hope that with this kind of road opening moves in the next 1 or 2 years, we will see a booming development of this investment model. That's the end of my presentation from the Department of Public Procurement. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you, Ms. Lê, for your presentation with a lot of useful information and important materials, so that we could explore various PPP incentives and risk-sharing mechanism and commitments from the state, so that we could understand various messages and the state view on PPP is very useful for investors who have an intention to join PPP projects. Next, I would like to invite an international PPP expert who is going to share with us common disputes of PPP projects, Mr. Định, PPP consultant, more than 20 years of experience in private sector economic development and PPP infrastructure development, who has given consultancy to policy making in PPP in Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Myanmar, and Thailand. Over the past 5 years, he has consulted more than 20 infrastructure projects in transport, safe water, electricity, and telecommunication. He is now working for a company based in Sydney, Australia, in charge of Southeast Asia PPP projects. Please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Dương.
Xin kính thưa các quý vị đại biểu, kính thưa các
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Giang, PPP consultant of USAID. We are working with VCCI, VIAC to support PPP program in Vietnam. I would like to briefly talking about popular PPP disputes in infrastructure, including energy. 3 parts in my presentation. First, briefly, types of popular disputes in PPP projects and popular dispute resolution mechanisms. And I'm going to analyze one case that we can have a good look at in transport project. As Ms. Lê has said, the PPP contract structure, as Ms. Lê has said, is a long-term contract with a duration to provide services, public services in its contract between the public and private sector. The structure of the contract does not only cover project companies and private investors and ASA, but also various interconnected contracts and legal relations between various parties. And this is a particular PPP structure where we can have private investors having experience in power, water, transport, telecommunications, and including financial organization who contribute capital to a project, and financial investors, for example, pension funds, and they create a project company, and the private investors should have shareholders agreement, and private sector investors will sign a contract with ASA, which is a PPP contract. Besides those 2 important documents, project company should have a contract with important governing capacity, which is the loan agreement, because in PPP projects, 70–80% from grant and lenders, and this is to maximize benefit of capital contributors and particular lenders, and that's why the lending document is very important in PPP contract structure. Besides, they could have a contract with the lenders, for example, and want to procure electricity in Vietnam could be EVN, and utility companies as well. And in the road project, we can have the vehicles owners, and in water companies, we have wholesale who sell water to water supplying agency, could be state or private sector. This is a very important agreement. And besides, they can use services from contractors, input suppliers, and operators. And those contracts create a network of contracts connected to each other, having legal binding to each other in PPP project. Because of various types of contracts in a PPP project, there could be various types of dispute. And we can divide into three major groups. First, disputes between public and private sectors or investors, including project companies and investors. Second group, investor versus related parties for implementation. And the third group, investor, project company, and users. When we talk about disputes in PPP contracts, usually we talk about the most popular one is between public and private sectors. Public sector does not only include the signing party ASA in Vietnam, People's Committee, ministry, line ministries. When we talk about the public sector, it includes private investors' disputes with relevant state agencies in land acquisition and environmental issues. Between the public and private sectors, there are usually three types of disputes. For example, the first, most popular, disputes arising under PPP agreements between private investors and public contracting agencies. And usually PPP contract, it lasts from 20 to 30 years with different stages from designing, construction, operation to transfer of asset to the public sector at the end of PPP contract. In all stages, there could be problems and disputes emerging. And the second type of disputes between public versus private, it's about PPP procurement. And usually it emerged before contract signing, and we have investors raising complaints about procurement. The third type of dispute between private investors and other relevant public agencies when it comes to enforcement of contract in tax, tariff, land acquisition, environmental issues. And those are the things that mostly seen and is not only between the contracting agency and private sector. And next, between investors and related parties for implementation, the first type of dispute among private consortium members. In our international experience, there are many cases in project implementation. A member of the consortium may have disagreement and withdraw from consortium. In Vietnamese PPP law, we have seen articles relating to changes in the components of consortium membership. Another dispute arising under LINH agreement between project company and banks or lenders, and there could be serious consequences in PPP project operation because in many cases, private investors have to give power to banks and credit agencies to take over the project if the private investors fail to deliver commitment in borrowing contract. And when there's a transfer to credit institutions, then it could be risk in performance of PPP projects. Third type of dispute in second category, disputes arising under contracts with subcontractors or suppliers. And the third category of dispute, investor versus project company and users. Disputes with users or the off-takers who are entities. For example, electricity companies, state-owned power companies, or state-owned water companies. Here, as Ms. Lê has indicated, in PPP projects is usually the supply of basic public services to the people, and it's very important when we have dispute resolution is how to make sure that whenever we have dispute, the continuation of service has to be there. You cannot satisfy water or electricity due to dispute and no water, no power. This is a unique difference in PPP project disputes and other commercial disputes or economic disputes. In a 2020 research by Global Infrastructure Hub GIH, they has run a survey on main causes of the three categories of disputes, and their finding is the most dispute is about the construction cost. We have PPP contract, which is different from hiring or construction EPC contract. In design or construction engineering, where parties could reach a consensus in negotiation, but in PPP contract is a management based on output contract, output-based management. When investors join the bid to build an airport or a power plant, the output the state want to contract the private sector and investor is not an X number of cement tons, but the services that investors should provide an X kilometers of high-speed road or cubic meter of water, and investors have to bear responsibility in construction and engineering. It could be a delayed payment in construction cost, for example. When we have our risk-sharing mechanism, then there is no reason leading to dispute because of construction cost delay, because it's the responsibility of the private investor. However, there could be a lot of reasons leading to delayed payment of construction cost. For example, delay in land clearance, environmental issues in project land conditions. When the private sector comes for groundbreaking, they have found pressures, mining resources, or geographical and terrace conditions too much different from initially thought, because those are the basic conditions for total pricing. And public sector cannot provide all accurate and sufficient information because it's hidden issues. This is the reason why leading to dispute when private sector have delayed construction cost or construction cost surpassing initial estimates and leading to complaints. And there are a lot of reasons. For example, we have the ground conditions, environmental and social issues, land clearance and acquisition, licensing, permitting, especially in land where we have road projects. There are too many issues, in particular where they have competitiveness regulations in various markets. Surprisingly, only 2% coming from state authority breach and 7% from project company breach. And another 7% of disputes comes from scope change. And in fact, PPP project is a time-consuming stage, and scope change could be there because of market needs changes, technology change, especially in telecom projects. When we talk about technology, is an ever-changing aspect, and the protocol and the platform of the technology changes all the time, and the output parameters of project, in particular in telecom, cannot be fixed throughout 20 or 30 years of project cycle. Based on the Global Infrastructure Hub Survey 2020, their findings is mostly disputes emerged in the first 10 years after financial close. When you sign a contract, it's just one step. When people sign the contract, and the project can only be implemented when both the project companies and investors agreed on a financial deal or financial close. First year, 4.2% of disputes emerged in the first year of financial close, right in the construction stage. Year 4 is the time when operation starts. 15% of disputes arising from this stage. Year 10, 30% of disputes coming from this after financial close. And usually it's about KPI, it's about reduction or increase of fees and tariffs. For such a list of disputes, usually there are 5 dispute resolution mechanisms, and I understand that in this workshop you have a lot of counsels and legal advisors, and you have a good idea of it when it comes to dispute resolution. And just briefly, we have mediation. A key principle PPP contract. When we have dispute, first parties take a seat and discuss and apply ARD only when we fail to reach dispute resolution. And to avoid dispute and litigation, first, in the contract, there should be a regulation with as clear as possible outputs, risk sharing mechanism, allocation, pricing, rights, obligations of parties as clear as possible. In reality, PPP, in many countries, they refrain from renegotiation of PPP contract because it's based on open bidding, competitive bidding, and all contractual conditions have to be publicized during bidding. And if a country's law allow investors flexibility to renegotiate contract after becoming a selected bidder, it could create conflict and dispute with other investors, saying that it's unfair. And if renegotiation is available, it should not have a serious impact on trade and business aspect of PPP. And that's why many countries limit the possibility of renegotiate and readjust contract. And we have to make sure when we draft the contract, clear definition of responsibilities and risks and how to adjust price and contract parameters. And if parties fail to agree on a solution, then we go to dispute resolution mechanisms. First, mediation is different from the two parties negotiation in the sense that we have a third party serving as a mediator. And second, we have expert determination. We select experts from both sides to have independent, neutral voice. It's usually for technical dispute on various project quality, specifications, design, output, and technical aspects in the expressways or road. And we can use expert ceremony. And parties could set up a committee for participants to join and a dispute resolution board, and arbitration comes next. Could be domestic or international arbitration. And finally, very few PPP projects resort to is court litigation. Another survey by GIH, domestic arbitration accounts for more than 50% of disputes. And in one dispute, they can have various mechanisms. For example, using expert testimony, parties disagree, they can go to arbitration or mediation. And if they fail to agree on resolution, they can go to arbitration after mediation. One case study of Ontario Highway 407, toll road in Canada. It's a concession contract. In fact, in the Vietnamese context, it should be a BOT contract. They have a private consortium, 3 groups who joined the bid for a 99-year concession starting from 1999 in Ontario, Canada, to run the whole 407 highway. Contract value 4 billion Canadian dollars. Private responsibilities, not only design, build, own, and operate the new section of road, but they own and operate 2 roads that is already in service, and now they take over 69 kilometers of the toll highway, east and west ends of it, and design, build, own, and operate the middle 15 kilometer eastward and the 24 kilometer westward extensions, where they have to spend their own money to design, build, own, and collect tolls for the whole 2 sections of road. This project is typical in road dispute resolution in developed countries. The toll rate is typical in traffic projects where the concessionaire is free to raise the toll rate based on the traffic level. If traffic levels are above a certain threshold, then the investor could raise the toll rate to ensure project performance and ensure the travel levels. In many cases, the traffic levels, if it exceeds too much, then the private sector face problem in maintenance, and the public sector is worried if the traffic levels are too much, it could lead to congestion. To ensure the smooth going of the project, investors should not and shall not exceed the fee, raise the fees. And if the traffic level is lower, then they could pay a fine. So, what is the traffic threshold? In the contract, it's based on a base year for traffic. It's the starting point of the project operation. In this project, we have seen dispute because people in the parties have a misunderstanding of the contract on base year. The project started in 1999. In 2002, the private party designated 2002 as the base year. And in early 2004, private party saw the baseline traffic threshold and raised the tolls. And ΔUNG authority alleged that the private party shall not increase tolls without first obtaining government's approval. However, the private party decided to raise the tolls, saying that they have the right to do so. And the authority alleged that the private party breached contract because conditions are not met in the selection of 2002 as the base year. And the case was taken to arbitration, and the tribunal in July 2004 awarded in favor of the private party because the private party has the right to decide on the base year as a foundation for toll increase without government's approval or contracting party. Ontario Superior Court of Justice joined in 2005 with a ruling in favor of the private party and dismissed appeal by the provincial government. And finally, the case goes on. Another arbitrator of the Ontario Court of Appeal ruled that the province was the loser and accepted 2002 as the base year, and the private sector won the case. From this case study, the key lessons learned. Even this is a PPP dispute between the local government and private sector. We have judicial independence here. When we talk about the private investors, especially foreign investors, are afraid of going to court. They are afraid because private sectors do not fully understand local law and regulations. And that's why they prefer arbitration who could use international law to settle the case. And those laws are more familiar and more neutral to them. However, in this case, the application of law and litigation is independent. It depends from the public agencies. Second, in various manual, World Bank guideline and World Bank manual and private sector infrastructure projects in contract conditions, in all PPP contracts, when it comes to transport, where we have a lot of traffic and need risks, traffic level risks, they clarify the conditions to identify baseline threshold on how to monitor and gauge traffic levels and conditions for toll adjustment. And those are quite open with different interpretation. In this case, where they have different interpretation from both sides, and there's a misunderstanding and dispute. The public sector believes that there is a loophole in the contract because there was a missing page of local governments taking over the control of traffic levels and conditions for the private sector's toll increase decision, and no monitoring from the public sector in ensuring contract delivery. And this is a typical case in a road project. For energy, I think the need risk is another popular issue in energy projects, and mostly in energy contracts. There are conditions for sharing risks in different needs, higher or lower than firstly thought. Thank you for your listening. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for sharing with us information about PPP and various type of common disputes and the stages of the contract where we have a lot of disputes. And in your presentation, there's one survey where local or domestic arbitration is the most popular and most selected. And this is a good recommendation for us regarding the information in the case study. Is very useful for us, for all of us to explore and learn from, especially the condition of PPP contract has to be carefully drafted to prevent risks. Next on our program, we have presentation from PhD Counsel LINH Vinh. He's going to talk about legal risks in reality in energy and infrastructure projects in Vietnam. Counsel Dr. LINH Vinh, Director of VIAC Law Firm and listed arbitrator of VIAC. Lawyer Vinh has worked in various key positions of businesses: Chairman of Everland Group, Vice Chairman of Heritage Holdings, Vice President of Vân Đồn Heritage Road,
Sau đây tôi xin trân trọng kính mời
Mr. Vinh, please take over.
Xin kính chào đoàn chủ tọa, kính chào tất cả quý vị đang theo dõi cái buổi tọa đàm hôm nay. Tiếp theo hai
Morning, everyone.
là bà Vũ Quỳnh Lê và ông Đoàn Giang.
Following
Hai cái chuyên đề rất là bổ ích và nhiều thông tin. Thì tôi xin trình bày
Ms. Lê and Mr. Zhang's presentation.
Trong các dự án PPP về năng lượng hạ tầng.
I would like to brief you on some risks and issues in energy and infrastructure. As Mr. Zhang has said about popular dispute, besides a very important cause leading to dispute are the hidden issues in reality and legal framework that is not covered by law and in the signing and implementation of PPP contract with misunderstanding, different interpretation, and those are the things leading to disputes. And when we can control and identify risks, issues, and fine-tune our legal framework to minimize risks, it would be good to minimize risks in PPP projects. And here, I'm going to talk about concerns and risks in PPP projects, in particular, infrastructure and energy. First, an overview of risks in PPP projects. Research has shown that two categories of risks. First, internal risks, risk in project development, project completion, risk in project operation and coordination within the project itself. Second, we have external risk. It could be policy in social economy, transport, legal risk, economic financial risk, and force majeure. Those are the possible situations beyond our prediction in PPP projects. For example, COVID pandemic was unforeseeable 2 years ago. And those are the common risks. In this slide, specifically, we have illustration, for example, in the internal risks is there in the whole cycle, 4 stages: development of project, construction, operation, transfer after the end of the project cycle. So any stage has risks facing investors. For example, in project development, risks could be in land clearance, design, and approval of the project, planning, and risks in infrastructure facilities connection. In construction, we may have risks in the progress, delay, additional cost, and affecting various financial plans in operation. Investors may face a lot of risk. Operation cost overrun due to external condition or interruption in operation. Additional cost, less benefit, less revenue. Risk in service output. Needs could be higher or lower depending on market condition. Risk in tax, tariff, fees from the state, changes in tax. In transfer stage, investors may have risk in transfer models at the end of project cycle. And those are the internal risk. Besides, we have other external factors. Financial risks, increase in interest rates, inflation, exchange rate, credit service risk, and force majeure, administrative, political risk, legal changes, and political intervention into PPP projects. And besides those key analysis of risks, I would like to focus on specific energy and infrastructure projects. And it's based on our research in PPP law and our experience as a law firm with more than 20 years of advising public procurement projects in energy, transport infrastructure projects. And in some projects, we were counseling the public sector and drafting, signing contract with the private sector. And in other projects, we were counseling investors and PPP investors in the negotiation with ASA and relating partners. That's why we have a comprehensive view from the state, ASA, policy makers, management, agencies, and investors. And those risks not only come from private sector, and it's also emerged from ASA and banks. In this workshop, we just want to focus on the private sector risks. And those are the risks and concerns facing private sector. And following the project life cycle, first, science clearance, land, supportive infrastructure concerns and risks. As in other projects in Vietnam, land acquisition, compensation, transfer of land is the largest bottleneck in terms of institution and legal framework that most projects are facing, including PPP projects. In particular, for PPP projects, especially in transport, mostly those projects crossing several provinces, geographical areas, and the area requiring land clearance is large. And in PPP transport projects with state capital, the compensation part is done by the state budget, covered by the state budget. And disbursement of state capital for land clearance usually suffered from delay. And in their provinces, they have their own policy for land clearance and compensation. We have fragmented. Another issue is a lack of synchronous setting in zoning and supportive infrastructure, especially in energy and transport. We have seen a lot of cases when we were counseling a safe water plant in Bắc Giang. Investors had keen interest on that water plant, but they have to invest 40-kilometer pipeline linking to that water plant. And when safe water was available, then water has to be linked to the urban city pipeline, which has been under pressure and obsolete. So when you invest in a water plant, you have to install a new pipeline linking to households as well. So those components, where are they included in PPP? Is that a new PPP project? It's very complicated, and accounting work could be complicated, and without doing that, it's difficult. Or a wind farm project in LINH, where there is no grid line for transmission, not available, and no investment proposal for transmission line invested by the state by law. And when investor had their wind farm, then there's no transmission line, and this is a irregularity. And when we were consulting a waste treatment plant in Phú Thọ, the location is for waste treatment plant. In reality, they have forgotten a dump site of ash. And when investors come, there was no dumping site for ash. It's difficult to get the project approved. And the next category of risks, it could be in capital mobilization. 99% of PPP projects rely on investment mobilization, and PPP law permits investors to use infrastructure and assets as collateral for borrowing. But there are two ways to do so. First, PPP projects where the users have to pay fee directly, and those projects win interest by local banks. And for projects that state budget pays fee, it's not attractive enough for local bankers, and usually they have to use foreign offshore lending. And for those two types of projects, credit access is challenging. When banks raise the condition for grant in terms of interest rates, duration, especially duration, most banks provide mid and long-term capital up to 20 years. Meanwhile, the project could be 30 or 45 years until capital recovery time. And mostly the project financial plan is behind schedule. And in short capital recovery, then the interest rate is very high. Meanwhile, the revenue from the project is not up to expectation, and it's difficult for PPP project investors because of additional cost, and the time for recovery is longer. Feasibility of financial plan is another headache when banks have to do the scrutiny and review. And banks pay attention to feasibility of financial loan plans, and there are a lot of factors influencing this process. And usually the financial plan is not highly feasible and not convincing enough to bankers. For example, when there's a proposal and PPP project has financial plan, but it's built on existing regulations and existing methodology. But in reality, there are a vast majority of issues affecting the feasibility of the financial plan. So it does not sound as good on this paper. Here, the revenue from the project matters, duration for capital recovery, and revenue ratio, income from direct toll fee, toll collection from users, BOT, expressways. In our research over the past 2 years, most BOT expressway projects suffered from loss due to the traffic level was falling extremely because of COVID pandemic and social distancing, because of our planning, not correct planning. And of course, there's sometimes we have exceeding traffic level. For example, Hanoi-Hải the traffic level was far lower than calculation, and the revenue was extremely low. And when we do not have planning and policy in sync, we have a very modern expressway, Hanoi-Hải, but we still have the highway number 5, which means there's a sharing of traffic levels and affecting financial plan. In financial plans, if we have unit price and the roadmap for increase the tolls, clearly said, but in reality, when we apply the roadmap, we have hurdles, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transport, regulation on tariffs and tolls, and ministries add more beneficiaries of fee waivers and less revenue collected. Again, appraisal of financial plan has been a big issue. Takes time, very time consuming, and it's difficult to convince bankers to spend money on those projects. Another risk when PPP projects having state capital, we have a lot of problems. First, those sources of capital have to be managed by state regulations in capital management. It's state budget, is public asset, and allocation of mid and long-term budget, which leads to a lot of complicated procedures. And usually is to spend on site clearance or supportive infrastructure. And when we have bottleneck in this from site clearance, then we have a lot of delay in the project progress. And this is a new regulation on public capital. We are subject to a lot of rigid regulations. For example, auditing of the state capital contribution, and it's affecting the implementation and operation of the project. In the law, it says the audit only works on the state capital, and only when we have a separated standalone state-funded project, then it's easier. Otherwise, it's difficult to have auditing in hybrid project. Everything is mixed up. And when the auditors come, there is an impact on the whole project. And this is a reality leading to delay and additional cost in project. The next risk in construction, planning, design approval work, technology, because PPP is a new area, and in projects that we provided counseling, for example, the household waste treatment plant combined with electricity generation, the technology is new. Previously, is just for burning, and now the waste is heated for power generation, and this is a new technology in Vietnam. And when we present this technology for approval, then it takes up a lot of time because it's not familiar. Investors have to explain and submit additional documents. For the construction and commencement date progress, in construction law and investment law, there are progress dates for commencement and development. But in PPP, investors not only have to complete master and construction regulations, but investors have to wait for the next steps, especially in public service where the state pays directly. The precondition for commencement is the off-lander and off-taker contract. And this is a contract on household waste treatment or power purchase agreement. And in power plant project, there should be power procurement agreement with EVN. And that's why it's very complicated to sign off-takers contract. Another range of problems, import of supply equipment, environmental protection issues, unforeseeable environmental issues, and a strong opposition from local people and the community when it comes to environmental protection, and the project has to be suspended for re-evaluation. In household waste treatment or power generation project. Next, risks and concerns in operation. Signing PPP contract, output project. The 2020 PPP law clarified articles in PPP contract, and Decree 35 gives guidance on PPP contract. And as Ms. Lei has indicated in the first presentation, that we have seen a lot of templates for PPP contracts. But in reality, when we negotiate those contracts, there are a lot of emerging issues. For example, in PPP contract, the biggest concern on financial plan and feasibility of that financial plan accepted by investors and lenders and bankers. This is not simple at all. And next comes revenue sharing mechanism. We have the PPP law, but what is a revenue sharing mechanism? It has to be built in the contract. It's complicated. And a lot of North-South Expressway sections built by PPP when we have selected investors a year ago, but in contract negotiation, it's lengthy and it's not yet ended. And one of the biggest bottleneck is revenue mechanism and sharing the higher or lower revenue, profits and risks. For the output contract, when the state directly pays the public service, there are a lot of issues. First, the time of contract signing. As I said earlier, investors want to have a solid off-take contract. So do the banks. But ASA has a different view. It's because of our regulation. For example, in the waste power plant, what is the timing for signing the waste treatment contract between the power plant and ASA? Investor wants to sign the contracts right from the beginning of the project implementation, but in Decree 38, 2015 on waste treatment, solid household waste treatment has to be signed by ASA and the plant. And if we rely on this, only when you have the plant, then we can sign the contract. But here you are about to build the plant, and investor said there should be a contract before construction. And in a lot of provinces, they rely on a output contract first, but some provinces can only sign initial contract not accepted by banks. This is Sóc Sơn and Xuân Sơn, Hà Tây, Waste Treatment and Power Plant. Hanoi does not want to sign the contract when the plant is not there. No plant, no official signing, and it's a bottleneck. And investors want to sign off-take contracts for the whole project cycle, 49 years, for example. But in the budget law and public service regulations, public service provision, it could be done via bidding or appointment. And it's a year-by-year or every 5-year contract. And the state cannot sign beyond 5-year contract. And investor wants to have the full project cycle contract coverage or the contract price issue in PPP project. We have the unit price applicable to the public service with a roadmap for price increase. But in public utility project using state budget, the unit price for contract signing decided by people's councils, approved every year. And only when we have annual approval of people's council, then we can have agreement on unit price. So this is a chicken and egg problem again. Or the currency issue. Foreign bankers wants to have calculation in US dollars or euro for appraisal. When the loan is made in USD or euro, but you convert to Vietnamese đồng contract and revenue converted back to FX. In FX regulation, Vietnamese contract has to be in Vietnamese đồng. And meanwhile, the power procurement contract has to be calculated in US cents. So those are the bottlenecks and issues in negotiation. Another risk, ensuring stability of revenue and the needs for output services in implementation. There are a lot of emerging issues affecting the project revenue. For example, in waste power plant, they are afraid about the source of waste. It's not enough. And it affects the fee for waste treatment and the sources of revenue from electricity procurement. And investors want to ensure the waste volume is sufficient. In big cities like Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City, this is not a big issue. But in provincial areas, to have 500 or 1,000 cubic tons of waste per day night, provinces do not make a commitment on that. And unit price of service, as I said earlier. And the direct payment of services fee, we have roadmap for unit price increase. But as I said, there are a lot of influencers which makes the roadmap impossible to follow. In COVID pandemic, the government does not increase price, but lower fees and tariffs in transport for vehicles. And this is a difficult situation for investors to solve. When the state uses its budget to pay the service, and adjustment of service fee is what investors care about. After 3 years, 5 years, everything changes. Whether the state would make a judgment, they are afraid of that. And this is the concerns in PPP contract negotiation. For the revenue increase-decrease mechanism, this is the new thing we see in PPP law and Decree 35 and Decree 28. As I said earlier, we have regulations, but how to turn it into specific contract article to identify revenue increase-decrease mechanism and revenue sharing mechanism clearly stated in the contract is complicated. We do not have experience in this area. Or in North-South Expressway, this is where we are stuck. Next. Risks and concerns in transfer of shares and capitals in PPP projects. If we compare it to other projects, transfer of shares and capital in PPP projects are limited. First, in PPP contract, there are binding articles. Within a specific time of construction, there's no way that investors could transfer shares. In reality, due to the crisis, investors want to restructure and transfer the project to another investor, but they are stuck. And second, they want to transfer the share, but they should have the ASA approval. This is another hurdle against investors, especially foreign investors, when they want to withdraw from PPP projects. And after project life cycle transfer, we have the law, but still it's not enough. In particular, the transfer of ownership at the end of the project, risk and concerns in policies and laws. PPP projects may have a lot of risks because of changes in our legal system and the political term office as well. In our law and regulations in PPP law, we are fine-tuning the legal framework, and there are constant changes which lead to concerns in PPP projects. Businesses and companies and investors. Constant changes of the legal system and government apparatus in local agencies, local levels. PPP projects are long-term, extremely long life cycle. And even in construction, there could be a couple of government terms at local level. And then there could be some renegotiation of site project. This is what I have seen in ThảIO waste power plant. Contract was required to be renegotiated, or government intervention into PPP project. when we have disputes with investor, third party, or the society, usually is unfavorable to investors. And other dispute resolutions are available, but they tend to protect the state interest in litigation and not caring for investors' benefits. Other risks and concerns, market risks relating to inflation, exchange rates, tax policy, and force majeure due to other external conditions and factors. All of them have a huge impact on PPP projects delivery. A few minutes left. Causes of risks and concerns. First, inconsistency and confusion in the legal framework in general, conflict and overlap of different legal documents. I have cited some examples earlier. And PPP investment legal system is recently renovated, but there are still inadequacies. Some rules are not practical and in compliance with international practices. For example, project life cycle and duration. Countries do not have a fixed duration, but depending on the project. Some projects 70 years, 90 years, more than 100 years in Japanese project in water treatment, more than 100 years in Japan. Here, 40, 45 years when you have recovered your money, then it's done. So it's not attractive enough. And PPP guidance documents, we have it everything, but I think after those decrees and circulars, still there are a lot of issues to be tackled by sub-legal documents to ensure smooth enforcement of the law. And governments, local authorities not having a proper evaluation of PPP. We understand that this is where the state should play a key role here, but due to limited resources, the state provide concession to private sector. This is a financial solution. And we should have enough incentives for them to invest. And if we consider PPP as a piece of cake, it's a privilege, and that mindset doesn't work, not proper anymore. And nobody force investors to invest in PPP. And we do not have a consistent awareness in law enforcement in provinces and among agencies. For example, one regulation but inconsistent approach. Waste treatment fee $19, $20, $23 USD or Vietnamese đồng nomination. Different provinces have different view, and we haven't got a synchronized, standardized PPP management agency. Now they're in charge of investment as well, and in negotiation, PPP negotiation, there's no specialized task force. Usually they have interdepartmental, cross-departmental negotiation team, and it's difficult to serve the different viewpoints of all different departments in the local government. And the government view is consider PPP investors a target for management, but not a partner. Even we are equal footing, the state should be a partner in trade and business, but not as a only. But in negotiation, mostly is management. and considering investors as a target for their management and administration, and imposing a lot of conditions that you have to do this, you must do that, and always place the local interest and their own sector interest in the contract. Any contract that going against their responsibility or interest, then they do not sign that contract. And finally, if there are concerns and conflicts, dispute, usually they give priority to state interest. And this is another hurdle.
Và cuối cùng thì chúng tôi có từ những cái đánh giá.
Finally, from those causes, we have some changes to be done. Authorities should consider investors as peer partners, not subject to management. Competent state bodies is a party to the PPP contract on equal term with investors and no forcing on them. Resolutions for investors in PPP projects in a timely manner to prevent lengthy and messy addressing of those concerns. Risk-sharing legal mechanism with investors in PPP projects have to be there. In PPP law, we only have the revenue and profit sharing. We have other risks and things to be said. There must be mechanism to ensure PPP project feasibility. We should have mechanisms and remedies for ministries, provincial authorities to uphold and implement PPP contracts with investors and strictly enforce PPP laws. When you sign the contract, you are equal footing, but when there's dispute, you has become a management agency and investors become subjects of management. If it's contract equal footing, you have to deliver your commitment. And if you want to change, you have to negotiate with investors. And building dispute and conflict resolution mechanism between state agencies and PPP investor.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn bài trình bày của luật sư Lê.
Thank you.
Rõ ràng chúng ta thấy
Also, LÍNH,
làm tư vấn, vừa làm
you are a counsel and a practitioner, and you have had a lot of experience in PPP project. And actually, your presentation could become a topic for a separate webinar. And he has briefed us on common risks and concerns and examples, causes, and we have seen a lot of hidden risks, but is it not pushing investors away from PPP projects because there are opportunities there? And then if you have an active preventive measures, it's very important to ensure the project success. Thank you, Council Vinh. Next, I would like to invite participants to listen to the final presentation.
sẽ trình bày về cái chủ đề
Council Nguyễn Mạnh Dũng,
phòng ngừa và kinh nghiệm giải quyết tranh chấp phát sinh
available dispute avoidance and resolutions for PPP projects within the legal framework of Vietnam,
thì
pros and
luật
cons.
sư Nguyễn Mạnh Dũng là chủ tịch
Council
ban
Nguyễn Mạnh
tư
Dũng,
vấn độc lập,
managing
có
partner
30
of
hành nghề trong lĩnh vực
an
giải quyết
independent
kinh tế. Luật sư Dũng
law
là
firm,
cái người
30 years
nổi tiếng
of
trong
litigation,
trọng tài
international trade disputes
nước ngoài.
resolution,
Luật
a
sư Dũng
famous
là trọng tài viên của Trung tâm Trọng tài Quốc tế Việt Nam,
arbitrator in Vietnam.
viên của một số trung tâm trọng tài
VIAC's listed arbitrator
còn là hòa giải
and
viên
arbitrator of other countries' well-known center,
nước ngoài khác.
mediator of VMC and other foreign
Nguyễn Mạnh Dũng, tranh chấp
mediation center.
không ai mong muốn.
Dispute is not what we want, but when dispute arises, what are the resolutions? And PPP partners should select what resolutions? Any thought on that? Thank you, Mr. Dương, and thank you for inviting me to join this forum. I'm going to show you my slide.
Thì tôi cũng rất là đồng ý với cả ý kiến của anh Dương vừa nêu trước đây. Tôi hy vọng là các nhà đầu tư tiềm năng sẽ không nản lòng sau khi nghe trình bày anh Vinh trình bày. Vì đúng là nguyên tắc thị trường.
In fact, when you have high risk, then we have a lot of opportunities and profits.
Đề nghị trình bày về một số vấn đề liên quan đến phòng ngừa và giải quyết tranh chấp, và tôi muốn nhấn mạnh rằng
I'm going to brief you on preventive measures and dispute resolution, and I want to focus more on preventive measures. First, some statistics from World Bank, ICC, and VIAC, some dispute avoidance measures in PPP projects, offshore and onshore, and dispute resolution with the new PPP law perspective, pros and cons. Statistics of the World Bank, private participation in infrastructure database dashboard data, PPP projects from 1990 to 2019. On the left-hand side, the projects reaching financial closure by sector, mostly electricity, 121 projects, and seaport, ICT, materials, and wastewater treatment, as Ms. Lê has indicated. On the right-hand side, values of the projects, total capital in electricity is the largest, $21 billion. Lowest level, that is in Vietnam, infrastructure in Vietnam. A World Bank survey who has funded a lot of infrastructure projects in Vietnam. When we have a lot of projects, then there could be disputes. And the ICC report from 2018 to 2020, infrastructure and energy value of cases accounting for 40% in 2018, 40% in 2019 and almost 40% in 2020. $45 million per case on average in 2018, and $52 million average amount in 2019, and $54 million in 2020. So it's a huge average value. Of course, it's not all the same, but these indicators show us that infrastructure and energy projects have a lot of value in dispute. ICC has a separate statistic with dispute cases involving state or state-owned entities at ICC arbitration. In 2018, 15%, 2019, 20%, and same in 2020, where we have cases involving state or state-owned entities. And this is a survey from ICC. In VIAC caseload of construction and arbitration. Mr. DUNG could confirm that in 2018, 25 cases, 33, 2019, and 31 in 2020. And the construction project has high value. It could be up to $100 million. It's not the small size value cases anymore. So more value and more trust on VIAC from the market when we have arbitrators from VIAC serving as the tribunal, and we have a lot of well-known arbitrators in our list. And not only in arbitration but mediation as well. We have VMAC in the first stage of operation. The number of cases going through, it's up to 1 trillion dong value, mostly in construction and energy. Dispute resolution in the PPP mark mostly lead counsel of World Bank Infrastructure Group. And this is various cases in dispute resolution, depending on the severity of the dispute. Good faith negotiations, mediation, independent expert assessment, and arbitration, litigation. In Vietnam, we are familiar with good faith negotiations, mediation, litigation, but independent expert assessment is new in Vietnam. It's popular in the world, and I want to focus on those resolutions. And not only based on severity of case, but the meaning of those resolutions. First, the preventive measures and litigation measure when it comes to resolution. Dispute avoidance. 4 main solutions for dispute avoidance: project partnering. We haven't got that concept in Vietnam. And early neutral evaluation from expert and dispute board, mostly available in construction and mediation. Normally in Vietnam, mediation is a dispute resolution, but not a dispute avoidance in Vietnam. But in fact, this is an avoidance measure. For project partnering, this is quite new in Vietnam, and I am surprised to see It was in the US in 1988 and available in the US and Europe, UK, not very developed, but now it has been part of New Zealand's construction law in 2019, where contracting parties of PPP make a commitment in the form of a charter document to achieve specific business objectives, and no binding agreement between parties. This is non-binding commitment, and it's very useful in dealing with relatively minor problems. In serious disputes, parties may not use this project partnering. It's new for Vietnam. We need to exploit, and New Zealand, Asia Pacific member of CPTPP, highly appreciate project partnering and put it in their law. In various surveys of disputes between ISDS and foreign investors, it's about disruption of information, cooperation between parties in the contract, especially state agency and investors at home and abroad. It requires or asks for a mechanism of constant cooperation throughout the project, where the state and investors joining the contract constantly cooperate with each other to address issues from the start of the contract. And perhaps it's useful for Vietnam, as Mr. Vinh said, when the states joined in as an equal partner in the contract, they should behave as an equal partner with constant dialogue throughout the project. And this is what we are missing. And even minor issue accumulate to become a big dispute. And this is what useful for Vietnam. Early neutral evaluation, ENE, and expertise. ENE is not available in Vietnam, but expert testimony is available in maritime and insurance. We usually resort to expertise, where the parties ask for experts' comments, not only legal, but technical, economic, and specialized experts in their own field to have a neutral evaluation. And with the early neutral evaluation, it's an early warning. And it's very useful that antitrust puts in the list of recommendations in the public dispute settlement. In the expert testimony, we have it available sometimes in construction, but in PPP it's not there. Based on parties' agreements, experts might comment on areas that parties need to resolve. They are neutral, with all comments on issues raised by parties and making recommendations on areas where they can negotiate. And it's a good prediction of legal consequences if parties take the case to arbitration tribunal or the court. And parties could agree that it's only for reference, or it could be legal binding up to the negotiation and agreement. In maritime and insurance, usually is non-binding. In reality, in many cases, we have seen expert testimony. In those cases, experts are for one party intention, and sometimes it's biased in favor of the requester. And any counsel when receiving a case from one party, try to have an independent view for their client to understand the pros and cons of the case. In this example, it's different in the sense that it could be used by parties to a dispute. And this is a new thing. And unfortunately, in the PPP law, it's not mentioned in PPP law. Of course, it is up to parties to decide in their freedom. And I think litigants should try to look for all dispute avoidance measures. And this is what you can consider. Next, that we have seen a lot in construction. When we are working with construction advisory center, we have a dispute board, various abbreviations for it, various forms of it. But in ADR, it's dispute resolution, dispute board, members agreed by parties in the contract. Members could be contract parties or outsiders, not only lawyers, counsels, but technical, construction, economic experts. And the dispute board could be a standing DB appointed when the contract is signed, and ad hoc DB. When we have the dispute, then we can resort to that DB, but the actual outcomes
Em xin lỗi anh Dũng, có phải là bị xảy ra lỗi với đường truyền không ạ?
We have some problem. Mr. Dũng, do you hear Mr. Dũng?
Tôi không nghe được.
Dạ vâng. Thế thì em xin phép là anh Dương có thể chuyển qua, điều phối qua 1 hoặc 2 câu hỏi, trong khi chúng em sẽ liên hệ với anh Dũng. Dạ.
Let's move to questions.
Vâng. Trong quá trình hội thảo thì ban tổ chức cũng nhận được
We have received some
câu hỏi
questions.
Và trong lúc chờ cho cái bài trình bày của anh Dũng được quay trở lại tiếp tục thì tôi xin nêu một số câu hỏi và mời
I would like to raise some questions, and I would like to ask speakers to address those questions. Ms. Quỳnh Lê and lawyer Vinh will add a question from a business risk sharing mechanism for investors in BOT and AVOIDANCE management mechanism. Ms. Lê, please.
Không biết là anh Dũng đã kết nối lại được chưa ạ? Vâng, thế em mời chị Lê ạ. Xin lỗi, em mời
Ms. Lê, please.
Cảm ơn anh Dương.
Thank you, Mr. Dương. This question was raised in the Q&A chat box of the forum, and the answer has been provided. With that question, for PPP project prepared for signing by PPP law from the beginning, you can benefit from all regulations on risk sharing mechanism when it comes to privileges according to the PPP law. And I think the answer has been provided in the chat box, but there's one more thing that you may want to look at, where we have transitional project, whether we can apply the risk sharing mechanism. The pending projects which have opened for bid, and we have investors voicing their interest, confirming their participation based on the bid document. And we can have retrospect application. And then we can have one more move to adjust investment views. For example, we have risk sharing in the beginning of looking at the project. Thank you, Mr. Dương. Mr. Vinh, would you like to add anything? I just want to add that perhaps investors want to look at specific risk-sharing mechanism. We have two mechanisms. First, FX insurance and increase revenue, as Ms. Lê has said, less than 70% less, 50 sharing of the reduction part, 125% increase investors shared with the state, the 125% increase. In our negotiation for PPP law, we use the concept risk sharing mechanism. And people say there could be sharing of many other things, but we have to think about the current context. And the law only focuses on those two mechanisms. And this is not called risk, but revenue increase and decrease to accurately reflect the state commitment for AVOIDANCE management. Investors want many things, three things. Recognition in the contract and unit price in US dollars. Second, investors want the state to have guarantee of AVOIDANCE. Exchange rate has to be assured in case we have a gap. Then there's a risk for investors in foreign currency guarantee. And PPP law has to be in sync with other FX law, currency, calculation of fees, and FX. You have to comply with foreign exchange law. And here we can only ensure the foreign currency balance guarantee support. Thank you, Lawyer Vinh. And I hope that the two answers satisfied your question. Next, going back to Mr. Dũng, are you ready? Please continue. You have 10 minutes left. Sorry, everyone. Regarding dispute board, Decree 45 of the government, and in PPP law is not mentioned. It's not only applicable to construction, but many other areas. And mediation. We have Decree 22 on commercial mediation, and third party to work out a viable solution. And you know about it in the ICC report from 2018 to 2020, roughly 20 cases, ICC mediation involvement. And the difference are the mediation center does not manage the whole process of mediation, and mostly it's done on an ad hoc basis. And those are dispute avoidance. For dispute resolution, Article 97 of the PPP law and we have the arbitration court, foreign arbitration, ad hoc, and we have limitation that in some specific cases you only have to work with Vietnamese court and arbitration merely be resolved by Vietnamese arbitration and Vietnamese court. And disputes between competent authorities, contracting authorities, and foreign investors or PPP project enterprises shall be settled at the Vietnamese arbitration or the Vietnamese court, unless otherwise agreed upon under contracts or treaties. We have other PPP projects in Vietnam have full protection thanks to bilateral and multilateral investment protection agreements, in particular the CPTPP and Vietnam EU free trade agreement. And of course, the IPA should have individual members' ratification, but it's relevant. And the government has Decision 14/2020. And there's some recommendations for PPP dispute is similar to other investment projects. We should have dispute management right after the project starts. So it's avoidance and mitigation. There are a lot of avoidance and mitigation measures. And unfortunately, in the 97 of PPP law and guiding decree 35, I haven't seen any article encouraging parties to apply dispute avoidance and preventive measures. And I think that measures are very useful to PPP projects, and not only in construction or energy, but in all projects. And of course, when we have disputes, parties should refer to their counsel and experts. And those are a few things I want to share with you. And I would like to allocate more time for your Q&A. Thank you for your listening. Thank you, Councillor Nguyễn Mạnh Dũng, for sharing with us dispute resolution and dispute avoidance in Vietnam with some recommendations. I agree with Mr. Dũng that we need to prioritize avoidance and mitigation before disputes emerge, because there are a lot of consequences and costly time and money. So preventive is better than cure. It works in dispute, but not because of that we are afraid of dispute. If we have dispute, we need to explore it and having the best possible solution. And PPP projects in Vietnam have similar solutions, and you can select appropriate measures to settle your dispute. We have completed all the presentations by the 4 speakers. Let's move to the Q&A. I would like to invite all speakers to join and answer questions from businesses and participants. I would like to invite Ms. Lê, Mr. Giang, Mr. Vinh, and Mr. Dũng joining the Q&A session. The first question has been answered by Ms. Lê and Council Vinh. The second question, equal mechanism in PPP contract when we have the ASA drafting the legal document in PPP. So how would we make of it? Ms. Lê first, and then Mr. Giang, international experience inputs, please. Thank you, Mr. Dương. Thank you for the question. Should I know the name of the question raiser? Is there any country that the states do not have a policy on that? I really want to ask you again, those who ask the questions. And I think if there are, the states should have regulations and laws. That is the first part of the answer. Second, please refer to Article 5 of PPP law with clear 2-level of agencies, ASA and contracting agency, who is a partner of investors in day-to-day operation of PPP, and those are the main partners. And in one agency, state management function would be different from contractual management. And Article 5 has tried to clarify that. And state management could be seen in constitution, government laws, and local government regulations. And we cannot say that when you are joining the PPP law, then the ASA do not function as state management at all. Thank you, Ms. Lê. Mr. Giang, international experience. I think in a PPP contract, people may confuse that the public sector is the state management agency, but we have to define clearly the regulator. And contract partners could be state agency or a policy-making agency. And we cannot say that the state agency can only be a contract party and not involving in policy making. And we cannot see any country having a separate functions. But there is a clear division within one state agency: public service provision and contract party. And when you sign the contract, the articles are binding to all parties. The state cannot, with its own discretion, changing the law. And in state management, if necessary, if you want to change rules and policy and having a severe impact on the project, this is one basis for the two parties to renegotiate the contract and revisit articles to protect both parties' interests. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Giang. Next, Lawyer Dũng, answer this question, please. Project Management Board signed PPP contract whether arbitration agreement works and whether that they could become an independent litigant. Thanks for the question. This is the obsession of the commercial ordinance and the legal entity capacity in PMU case. And when we have the commercial arbitration law, there's no need to refer back. It's quite simple. In Article 5 of the PPP law, we have ASA and contracting agency. Two items. Item 1, ASA. Item 2, contracting party. And if ASA has full capacity for signing the contract, which means they have full legal capacity, and any agency in the contract or any authorized agency listed in Article 5, they could be equal partner in arbitration agreement. Thank you.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn luật sư Dũng.
Thank you, Counsel Dung. Next, Ms. Lê, the next question. Article 6 of PPP law, competitive bidding protection. Investors have to be legally and financially independent from ASA. And procuring party in 2020 PPP law, selection of investors could be done through the tendering of land use right, selection of bids by bidding law, and acceptance of investors. Items 3 and 4 of this article. If 100% state organization operating independent from state budget, whether they could join PPP project. I would like to answer the second tag of the question first. We need to differentiate investment regulations flows. There's a confusion here. The purpose of our workshop is on PPP, and we are talking about PPP law, and it's quite unique in Vietnam. We have 4 laws. One for investment in business is independent, is only about state-owned enterprises. And usually we have private investment law 2020, public procurement, PPP law. The second tag of your question, it's somewhat off the track in comparison to the scope of the workshop. And please bear in mind, and if you are invest in which scope of law, you're abided by that law. And the first tag of the question, the answer has been there in Q&A chat box this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, since the PPP law coming into force, the selection of PPP investors in 2013 procurement law ends its validity because selection of PPP investors has been changed to PPP law. And as I said from the beginning, in Chapter 3 of PPP law and Chapter 4 of Decree 35 have details about conditions and procedure for selection of PPP investors. And what you want to ask is, in fact, 100% SOE state capital funded. How would they join PPP? In Article 30 of the PPP law, we have competition assurance. Article 29.5 SOE should form a partnership with private sector to join the bidding. If one partner is state agency, then the PPP law aims to serve the other part by attracting private sector capital. Next, on details of competition assurance, please refer to Decree 35. Article 29 of Decree 35 on pair of relations in competitive assurance. And there you can identify the relations of pairs, and you can refer to Article 39 of Decree 35. Thank you, Ms. Lê. A question from a foreign business. It's in English here. Are there any regulations on solid waste treatment in PPP and risk allocation to parties? How would they regulate it? We are a Swedish company having an interest in PPP and green energy in Vietnam. And we want to have some dispute avoidance in Vietnam. Council Vinh, please. And then Ms. Lê, please. There are two parts of the question. First, the legal framework for PPP projects in solid waste treatment. If it's a PPP project, the first legal framework is the PPP law enacted by the National Assembly in 2020 and decrees 28 and 35, dated March 2021. In solid waste, household solid waste treatment, we have other regulations. For example, the law on environment and guiding documents, because this is very important relating to environment. And second, if we have power generated thanks to waste treatment, we have to refer to electricity law. It's about procurement of electricity, and budget law and guiding documents, pricing law, because public services, for example, household solid waste treatment, you have to comply with state budget spending and pricing law, banking law, and FX law. If the business or the project use funding, and the FX law will govern currency of payment and currency of calculation and FX management in the project management and other relating regulations. And to govern the PPP project in household solid waste treatment, besides PPP law, we have other laws to look at. Second part of the question on risk sharing in solid waste treatment for households. Parties here are understood as ASA, an investor. First, there are a lot of risks relating to PPP project in household solid waste treatment, as I said in my presentation. In reality, there are a couple of key risks that parties want to look at. The ASA wants to look at two priorities. First, how to ensure environmental protection in the operation, and project management is very important. From collection, transport, waste treatment, and emission control, especially when we have joined the COP26 in emission net zero by 2060. And this is a very important issue. And we have Decree 38 and environmental law. And when the plant is operating and it stops working, whatever the reason, from anyone, this is what concerns the state agency. 1,000 tons of waste per day, collection within 10 days to ensure continuous waste generation. It could be congestion, environmental pollution. Those are the two things that the state wants to emphasize on. And investors care about three risks. First, not enough volume of waste for operation. 501,000 tons enough for power generation, or not enough categories of waste, because waste has its own features and specifications. Not enough capacity and not enough revenue. And in PPP and waste treatment contract, investors always want to put a condition that provinces commit sufficient amount of waste. And if there's a shortage, you have to pay for the commitment. 4,000 tons loss, for example, you have to pay enough for the electricity generated from 4,000 of waste. And the next concern by investors is the fee and cost, not adjusted by market and leading to insufficient input and banks violation. And that's why we always have the unit price adjusted and measures to adjust the unit price and possible solutions. And the third concern is the payment mechanism and the progress of payment, because it's the state budget money to pay for waste treatment and it's complicated. Those are three things that investors care about. And then we can have risk allocation with specific article and provision and mechanism. For example, investors always want the state to have commitment about the waste supply throughout the project. And the state should adjust the fee depending on market fluctuation. And the states always want to make sure that
nghiêm ngặt các cái tiêu chuẩn về môi trường trong quá trình
environmental
và
criteria
duy trì cái việc
are
phát
met
triển giữa nhà máy và
and
cập nhật
good
những
maintenance,
cái tiêu chuẩn môi trường mới nhất của Việt
update
Nam
on environmental
trong xuất
standards,
khẩu giá, cũng như là phải cam kết là không được dừng, không
and
được tự ý dừng hoạt động nhà máy, kể cả
no
có quy
termination of
định
operation,
dừng
even in
có hạn, và
maintenance.
trong cái thời gian dừng đó
And
thì vẫn phải
in
có cái chế độ
maintenance
bảo xử lý
time,
hết cái rác thải.
there should be mechanism to
Vâng, xin cảm
deal
ơn luật
with
sư
the
Vinh.
waste treatment. Thank
Tôi
you.
thấy bà Lê cũng thể hiện
Ms.
sự
Lê
bất đồng trong cái phần trả
have
lời
shown
của luật sư
her
Vinh. Vậy bà Lê còn
agreement
có thấy
to
cần thiết
the
phải bổ sung
answer.
thêm
Anything you
một
want
câu
to
hỏi?
add?
Vâng, cảm ơn anh Dương. Đúng
Thank
là
you,
luật sư
Mr.
Vinh
Dương.
rất thực tiễn.
Lawyer Vinh is very practical,
Đã trúng cái
and
nội dung mà
your
bản thân
answer
tôi cũng
meets
nói.
with what I really want to
Và
say.
nó cũng là cái nội dung mà tôi nghĩ rằng bây giờ chúng ta vẫn còn cơ hội và
And
chúng ta
we
vẫn
still
cần
have
trả
opportunities.
lời trong cái ô Q&A.
And in the
Thì
Q&A chat
câu trả
box,
lời cũng đã có
the answer has been there.
mời thêm
And
đối tác Thụy Điển. Nếu như anh
we
quan
have
tâm
invited
thì
the
tôi nghĩ
Swedish
rằng
partner. If you
thời gian tới khi
have
chúng ta
interest,
bắt
we
tay tiếp vào làm cái mẫu
will continue
hợp
to
đồng trong
design the
hợp
template
đồng PPP trong lĩnh vực
for
xử lý rác thải,
contract
thì
in
tôi
waste
đề nghị
treatment.
là các
I
nhà
would
đầu
like
tư
to
quan tâm và cùng góp ý kiến.
invite
Thì
investors
chúng tôi nghĩ là
to
chúng ta sẽ có được một
contribute
diễn đàn
their
mà
input
sẽ trao đổi được những nội
in
dung sâu
those
hơn
templates
và
so that we can have
rốt
more
ráo hơn
in-depth
những vấn
discussion
đề mà luật
to
sư Vinh
settle
đã
all the
đặt ra.
issues that
Xin cảm ơn.
Lawyer Ving
Vâng,
has
xin cảm ơn chị
indicated.
Lê.
Thank you, Ms. Lê.
Bây giờ là có hai câu hỏi thì
We have
có nội
two
dung tương đối là
questions,
giống nhau. Chúng tôi
almost
xin ghép hai
similar.
câu hỏi này
We
vào.
want to combine
Xin
them
mời
into
anh
one,
Giang
and
và anh Dũng trả lời
asking
hai câu hỏi
Mr.
này.
Zhang
Câu hỏi
and
như sau là
Mr. Dũng
phương
to
thức giải
answer.
quyết tranh chấp nào phổ biến nhất đối
Which
với các cái
is the
tranh chấp
most common
trong
dispute
các cái dự
resolution
án hợp tác công tư
for PPP
trong
projects
lĩnh vực năng lượng
in
và phương thức giải
energy?
quyết tranh chấp nào trên thực tế được
And
dùng để giải
what
quyết các cái mâu thuẫn phát
is
sinh
the
trong các cái hợp
favorable
đồng PPP
for PPP contract?
và có thể nào nhà đầu tư
And
thực sự thương lượng với phía nhà
investors
nước
could
được hay không?
negotiate with the state
Và
or
tôi
not
mong muốn một câu hỏi trả lời
in
thật lòng,
real
chứ không
sense.
phải là câu trả lời hay. Cảm ơn là nhà đầu tư
I
nước ngoài tại Việt
expect
Nam chúng tôi
a
thực sự rất là
sincere
quan tâm
answer,
về
not a good
PPP,
answer.
về các vấn đề xung quanh. Xin mời anh Giang và sau đó mời anh
Mr.
Dũng.
Zhang and Mr. Dũng, please.
Vâng, cảm ơn anh Dương.
Thank you, Mr. Dương.
Câu hỏi này cũng rất là hay.
I think this is a
Như trong cái bài trình
very
bày của
good
tôi thì tôi cũng có nói
question.
rằng là từ
In
cơ
my
sở khảo sát
presentation,
thì cái hình
as I
thức
said,
quyết tranh chấp mà được phổ biến nhất
the
đó
most
chính là hình thức
common
trọng tài,
dispute
tranh
resolution
rồi
is
cái phần
arbitration.
thứ hai của câu hỏi
And the
là
second
có thực
part
sự
of
thương
your
lượng
question,
được với các
whether
cơ quan nhà
it's
nước hay không.
really
Thì ở đây thì tôi nghĩ
possible
là
to
chúng ta
negotiate with
phải
state
phân biệt rõ
agencies, we need
giữa
to
cái
differentiate.
trong cái phần Q&A chị Lê cũng có trả
In the
lời
Q&A,
cái việc
Ms.
giữa
Lê has
cái
said
hợp đồng
we
mua
need
bán
to
điện PPA ấy,
separate
với
the
lại cái hợp đồng
PPA
PPP.
and
Thì
PPP
ở đây nói chung là
contracts.
tôi chỉ đề cập đến cái vấn đề hợp đồng PPP.
In
Thì như
PPP contract,
chúng ta cũng đã thảo luận ấy, thì cái hợp đồng
as
PPP
we
thì
discussed,
thực tiễn quốc tế ta rất hạn chế cái việc thương
international
lượng. Tôi
practices
nghĩ rằng là
minimize negotiation chance.
nhất là nhà đầu tư nước
As a
ngoài,
private
chắc là quý vị cũng biết
foreign
rằng
investor,
chúng ta trong
you
hợp đồng cũng phải quy định
understand
rất là
that
rõ
the
các cái
contract
trường hợp
has to
nào
be
thì được
clear
thương lượng.
in cases where you can
Thương lượng với
negotiate,
các cái nhà đầu tư khi
and
mà
you
được
can
lựa chọn
negotiate
rồi,
with
chứ không
investors
phải
when
đến
selection
cái
has
thời
been
điểm
made,
đàm
and
phán
not
ký kết hợp đồng.
negotiation in
Thì ở đây
earlier
tôi sẽ đặt ra là
stage before the contract is
khi mà giữa
signed.
hai bên đạt đến một số các điều kiện
And
hoặc xuất hiện một số
when
các tình huống
parties
mà đã
have
được quy định rõ ràng
situations and
thì phải
conditions
thương lượng.
set
Nên tôi cũng không tin
in
là câu
the
trả lời của
contract,
tôi
actually,
nghĩ rằng là có thực sự có thể thương lượng được trong hợp đồng
when
PPP
you
hay không,
ask
thì
this
tôi nghĩ
question,
rằng là
I
hoàn toàn
think
có thể thương lượng được
I
nếu
think
như các
yes,
cái sự việc
possible
phát sinh
if
trong
the
thực tế đúng
contents
như
of the
các sự kiện mà
events
chúng ta đã quy định
is
trong hợp đồng
what
PPP.
we put it in the PPP.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn anh Giang. Xin mời luật sư Dũng ạ.
Counsel Dũng, please.
Về câu hỏi thứ nhất thì tôi cũng hoàn toàn đồng ý với cả
I totally agree with
gần đây có một cái khảo sát của
Mr.
trường
Zhang.
Queen Mary
There has been a
phối hợp
Queen
đạo
Mary
cũng
University survey
khảo sát về cách lựa chọn phương thức giải quyết
on selection of dispute resolution in infrastructure project, litigation at court, administrative negotiation arbitration, mediation, mostly the second, commercial arbitration. Second is investment arbitration. And thirdly, mediation. So I think arbitration is the most common selected ADR. And when I am a member of VIAC and review our commitment and cases in energy and infrastructure, mostly is a regulation agreed in DAB. And you can refer to that afterwards. And the second part of the question, whether negotiation with the state is possible, I think Ms. Lê is more suitable to answer. In civil contract, everyone is equal, but the state is different. So there could be some difficulty when we negotiate with the state. But that's not the case when we have no way out. As I said earlier, we have expert testimony and DB and mediation. This is to help investors when they negotiate with state agencies. They could refer to expert support or DB or mediators. It has been there in international practices. Perhaps it's new in Vietnam. It's available internationally, and surely World Bank or IDB, they have their specific in-depth research on this regard. And perhaps I hand over to Ms. Lê.
Vâng, xin mời chị Lê ạ. Dạ.
Tôi xin bổ sung ý của
I
anh.
just want to follow up Mr. Giang, Mr. Dương, and in Q&A chat box, the answer has been there. Negotiation, in parentheses, could have various meanings. What Mr. Dũng has said about dispute avoidance, we still have a chance to have a dialogue, and it should be encouraged when we are designing our contract template. So we should not wait until the law tells us what to do in dispute avoidance. We can look at the template, and I agree with Mr. Zhang's answer in your presentation. You said that in countries is very limited cases when we renegotiate contracts, because renegotiation of contracts means a new story in comparison to the bid opening stage. And in many cases, as Mr. Zhang said, participants in the webinar have shared their experience in Brazil or Argentina. We have a lot of knowledge there. And I just want to recall the renegotiation cases. That is a source of concern for the public, because previously we prepared everything and selection of investors and signing the contract. It has been a process that has to be accountable to the public. When we have negotiation on price increase or extended time and not following the levels of prices in the contract, it's difficult to be explained. on the total amount of invested funding. And if we look at other countries, developing countries, the renegotiation cases of the same similarities with us, then renegotiation could be understood in various ways. And in my answer, I just want to share with the asker that at the end of selection of investors and selection of the top investor in negotiation, is just to fine-tune the contract, but not to open up everything again for negotiation. And in Q&A chat box, there's one more question. TRΙO Nguyễn expressing concern, and sorry, Mr. Dương, I'd like to respond to that concern. The government really wants to standardize conditions in industries. It may affect the freedom of parties and their flexibility to discuss with lenders. And my response to TRΙO Nguyễn, in fact, lenders really want to have an interest to know about risk-sharing mechanism. In one deal, we have one way of risk-sharing, and another deal, another way of risk-sharing. Same industry, they spend same amount of time and effort and human resource to do the appraisal. And that's why standardization is good for the state, private investors, and lenders, especially professional lenders. And that is the reason why we really want to have templates of contracts. And Minister of MPI was obsessed with that idea. When we have PPP, Minister asked us to have standardized contracts. And when we have templates, as I said from the beginning, when we have specific way to have risk sharing, so it's a market habit, we can save up cost and save up time. And I think experts have many years of experience would share this view. And templates do not mean is rigid. We have the fixed areas, soft and flexible ways as well of that deal and of that project. And I really want to share the view and the way we approach this issue in templates. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Lê. Ladies and gentlemen, our webinar is going to end at 12 o'clock. We have about 6 or 7 questions left. We'll try to arrange the time to cover all the questions. And I would like to be brief and answer all the remaining questions. Lawyer Vinh, relations between parties in PPP contract is not absolutely equal as in normal investment cooperation contract. In sanction and damage clause, what should be taken into account to minimize risk for private investor? Let me rectify this. Not equal footing is exacerbation. We have to define it. Legally speaking, in PPP, they are equal footing. And state agency has 2 roles to play: management agency and a party to the contract. And when you are party to the contract, it's equal. In reality, in negotiation, there could be the momentum of the state agency is another story, but legally speaking, they are equal footing and no limitation on investors cannot raise any proposal or cannot negotiate with ASA on issues that they believe is proper and relevant to the project. And the interest of the investors, how far is protected, it depends on negotiation with ASA. Of course, it's in line with the law. To ensure the interest of investors and minimize risk, when we want to minimize risk, the first thing we should do is to have skills to look at the risks and identify risk. If you cannot identify risks, you cannot control the risks. For private investors, you have to improve your capacity in risk identification and evaluation to control the risk. And you have to explore things by yourselves and rely on advisors and counsels. And you should have done your good homework on legal framework in the project you are going to implement. And your recommendation does not only come from the project, but it's also within the framework of the law. You cannot make proposal beyond the scope of the legal framework. And thirdly, I agree with previous speakers. Risk in tandem with benefits. The area of your investment is promising. It means you have to accept risks and be bold to confront. And you want to invest with high profit, but get rid of all risks or push all the risks to the state and set by the state. It's impossible. And finally, you should be able to have a good prediction of risk. It should be a kind of your risk appetite identification, where you should go, where you should back up in your risk appetite. It's in your scenario of negotiation. And I just want to say all those things. Thank you. Thank you, Lawyer Vinh. Ms. Quỳnh Lê and Dũng answer a question on BOT contract is civil or commercial contract. It's very important because the limit liability time and we have fine and damage and 3 years or 2 years of time limit for complaints. Ms. Lê first and Mr. Dũng as a lawyer.
Tôi xin phép anh Dương điều hành. Là liệu anh Dũng có trả lời trước được không ạ?
Mr. Dũng, can you go first, please?
Thực ra thì tôi thường ngồi ghế trọng tài viên nhiều hơn là luật sư.
When I'm an arbitrator and I work as arbitrator more than a lawyer, the first thing is to explore the intention of the lawmakers. That's why Ms. Lê is more in a better position. When we know the intention of the lawmakers is very interesting answer, and then I will answer as a Vietnamese arbitrator. In Article 97.5, dispute settled by arbitration, by PPP contract and relating contract is commercial dispute. Article 7, zoom in dispute only, not contract, is a civil or commercial contract. That is my...
Vâng.
Vâng, rất là cảm ơn chị Lê. Thì đúng
Thank you,
như
Ms. Lê. As you said, I am interested in Article 97.5 to explore the nature of the contract.
và cái câu hỏi này rất đúng cái cảnh ở chỗ là
And the question is right in the context. It's a civil contract, and we have to go to civil remedy. And as Ms. Lê said, this is commercial dispute. It's not civil and not investment dispute. No confusion here. And we should avoid this confusion. In PPP contract, we could have state agency, and we may confuse and believing that it's investment. And we have to refer to IPA. And the benefits and interests are equal in both sides. I agree with Ms. Lê that in Vietnamese principle of law applicable, the contract source law is civil code. And principle of explanation and interpretation, and commercial law is specialized law. However, the difference is in PPP contract, it has a lot of details, not only in one article, but decree and annex of decree and ministry issue templates. It relates to general regulation of commercial law and specific regulations. And we should prioritize specialized law. If there are differences, then specialized law shall prevail. In particular, law and guidance documents in PPP. And when we are arbitrators, this is how we evaluate the situation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dũng. Mr. Giang, one more question. You talk about experience. Among countries that you have worked, which country apply PPP model best and legal solutions? And capacity of the state in PPP is what I want to look at. When we have a lot of situation where we have states confronting PPP investors in lawsuit, Argentina and CGE and Argentinian government, AVOIDANCE and Argentinian government in 2015, freezing the collection of tolls, and then Argentina changed law and PPP investors take the case to court. And Vietnam needs this for investment resources, but we need to look at those lessons, please. Thank you, Mr. Dương, and thank you for the question. It's very interesting, and I provided my answer in the Q&A chat box. It's difficult to have a specific answer. Which country is the best? And countries have lessons to learn from. For countries, PPP is not only one regulation. We need a whole comprehensive legal framework, business environments, legal setting, and one project is bounded by a lot of legal regulations. It's about competition, businesses, price, tolls, dispute resolution, budget planning and management. One of the three criteria for PPP success, legal and business environment, as we have discussed, and capacity of state agencies in preparing for the project, bidding, preparation, M&E for the state sector interest, and mechanism to maintain and ensure fiscal resources for PPP projects. You talk about changes in law and risks is not only in one country, but many countries we have seen issues where we have disadvantages to the private investors because PPP projects are lengthy and socio-economic conditions changes. And the third pillar for a favorable business environment for PPP, and we can see hidden fiscal obligations, and the state could be compensated in some cases. And how does the state deal with process for compensation and damage payment to private investors? Private investors would bear a lot of risk if they cannot see when the risk happens. They have no idea whether the state could compensate them, and how does the state ensure resources for compensation. And this is what Vietnam could learn from to fine-tune its legal system.
Cái câu hỏi này rất là hay tại vì là ngay
This is a very interesting question because today the Global Arbitration Review has a information that there was an award forcing Spain to compensate 23.5 million euros to Japanese investors because of renewable energy change affecting investors' interest. Perhaps we are not only looking at the successful lessons, but failure of other countries as well. And those are the stories relating to Argentina. And I think importantly, before we have policy change, it's necessary the state should have a mechanism for widespread consultation and prediction of possible consequences before policy inaction. And it has to be transparent in policy issuance and applicable equally to all investors without discrimination between investors at home and abroad. And finally, looking for a mechanism for proper damage payment. Then we can avoid the issue that we face in exit arbitral award today. And this is what Vietnam has been doing very well, relatively, and I hope that policymaker MPI will do better in the hidden consequences or risk. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dũng. Ms. Lê, two questions. I combine them. PPP projects in IT have new regulations. What are they? In foreign countries, is there any incentives that Vietnam should learn? And Vietnam compensates if the project is nullified. Which article of PPP law? In Q&A box, it leading to Mr. Giang, not me. So I would dedicate that to Mr. Giang. And IT is a potential area. Second question. Can you repeat that question? Compensation to investors when project is left out of zoning plan. I don't know the asker wants to ask about what planning. It could be PMP8 in my guess. As Mr. Dũng said, countries are changing strongly to clean, renewable energy. Cancellation of the project out of the plan in investment law and PPP law, we do not have that regulation relating to that part when the project has been cancelled off the plan or proposal. When we have a definition of a plan, it's a vision, it's a way of walking towards the future. It's not binding between the states and investors. And I would like to stop here. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lê. Mr. Giang, international practice in the PPP project in telecom. Anything that Vietnam should learn from? I do not have a good track of local regulations. Second part of question, international practice in absorbing ICT investment. This is a potential area. Broadband, e-government. Last year, I consulted one transaction that you can do once for your life. Indonesia government, PPP, in the building of satellite transmission. French investor launching a satellite to the orbit. Perhaps it's one upon a time in my life. It was interesting. In PPP IT, we have three things to look at. IT projects have risk about needs and people using the internet and IT services, but the broadband and specific need may fluctuate, especially when PPP in remote mountainous areas. And there's a huge risk there. And IT industry, as I said, it's changing all the time. And a dynamic adaptation of the project should change. And the risk is the outputs of IT projects. KPI in quality of service and friendly interface changes all the time. And it's difficult to have a detailed regulation on the quality of service for the whole 20 or 30 years of the project life cycle. And we have a lot of interaction with other industries. And when there is an interaction with other industries, there could be a lot of policy change risk. Those are the three types of risk in ICT PPP project that we need to look at. And let me explain some risk in need. In broadband, the state usually have a guarantee agreement to buy bike. Abundant space and broadband is a broadband sharing and regulation on adaptability and policy risk are usually guaranteed by the state because ICT connects to agriculture, healthcare, and is unique industry with specific regulation that we cannot foresee. And the third thing we have the state questions to public sector may change every 3 to 5 years. And Ms. Lê can see that e-government is quite popular. And you can apply PP in many countries, developing or developed countries. MPI have done their PPP projects in public procurement, and technology changes all the time. And users need new interfaces and new functions. And to ensure private sector investment in this ICT area is difficult. And we should have regulation to change the output parameters annually or every 5 years. And payment management as well. And that's why councils really want to ensure mechanism to ensure the price, quality of service is much more complicated than other normal infrastructure projects. Thank you, Mr. Giang. Final question by Dũng. I am a contract manager of projects in ODA. Usually is ICC dispute. So differences between ICC and VIAC. When to use ICC and when to use VIAC arbitration tribunal. And if I say that it's not subjective because I work for VIAC and I think both are good. And not surprisingly, energy construction with foreign element, selecting IEC because they has 100 years of experience. In March next year, we will celebrate 100th anniversary in international arbitration, and they work closely with FIDIC. And FIDIC contract templates are recommended for IEC, and it's not the only selection. We have many other selection. It doesn't mean that international arbitration is better than domestic arbitration because each has its own advantages and disadvantages. IEC, because of their wealth of experience, accepted by international donors, lenders relating to foreign investors. Obviously, they will prioritize international arbitration. For domestic arbitration, VIAC has been the longest history serving. 37 arbitration centers have connection with it, and proof that VIAC has been coming close to international practices. We have seen the number of cases increasing and the value of dispute is increasing. You can see that international arbitration tribunal in VIAC, and not to forget that in PPP law, the applicable law is Vietnamese law. And for projects on Vietnamese land. And there are many other factors that you could select VIAC and Vietnamese arbitration. Of course, it's up to other relating issue, your negotiation and bargaining, and other relating issues, donors request. And that is my brief answer.
Xin cảm ơn anh Nguyễn Mạnh Dũng.
Thank you, Mr. Dũng. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:20.
Tuy nhiên thì hội thảo vẫn còn gần 200 cái đại biểu.
We have 200 participants in various fan page platforms. Sorry for going beyond the schedule. We would like to wrap up our discussion, Q&A, and conclude our webinar. It's very efficient webinar. We have completed all the parts and listened to presentations who are experts and discuss their experience, especially 4 presentations from State Management Agency, expert council, arbitrators' views, who have a good understanding and practical experience about PPP. And from your discussion, we can see that PPP has been a common trend in the world, and countries have a tendency to move to the private sector to provide infrastructure services, energy as well, and so does Vietnam. We cannot ignore the advantages of PPP model to cover up the gap in state budget in infrastructure and public services for sustainable development and better competitiveness for the national economy. And PPP may have a lot of risk because of the scale and complication of the project, but with a good management experience and active avoidance measures and dispute resolution selection, it will be good assurance to investors to invest and ensure the success of PPP projects. I hope that information shared from the webinar will be useful to your professional activities. VIAC has the main function of dispute resolution, and we have another mandate of promoting the development of IDRs in the time to come. We will have more forum providing practical, useful information to participants. I would like to declare the closing of this webinar. Thank you all speakers for spending your time in this webinar. Thank you everyone for your interest and your participation. Thank you VCCI, USAID for cooperation in the organization of this webinar. I'd like to wish you good health and success. Thank you very much indeed.
Recording stop.